Buongiorno a tutti.
Good morning to all of you. It's 9:30. I see that you have taken your seat. I invite you to take your seat. Ms. Marza Orliana and Councillor Cristina Mirante are coming, so we are about to start in 10 minutes approximately. Thank you.
Buongiorno a tutti.
Good morning to all of you. Now the Councillor Amirante is here, and the General Director is also about to come in a few minutes, but we can start. My name is Stefania Franzotta. I'm the Director of from the Department of Infrastructures and Territory. Welcome to today's initiative. This event will focus not so much on technical details, but on dialogue and between the institutions and all the stakeholders that operate in the cycling mobility sector. And this in order to promote the culture of cycling mobility in the region. So we will perform assessments. So all the stakeholders are here involved, coming from the territory and the cycling sector are here involved during this event. And the aim is to involve all the stakeholders and launch a dialogue. The State General of Friuli Venezia Giulia are provided for under the Regional Law 8 of 2018. It includes the provisions for safety in cycling mobility. The States General are launched today for the first time, and after 2 years, after the entry into force of the Regional Plan on Cycling Mobility, called the so-called Premoci Plan, and after the municipal plans for cycling mobility were launched. Pursuant to the law, There are here the participants of the state, the regional representatives, the local bodies, the municipalities, the EDR, and all the bodies working in the territory, the associations, the schools, and the enterprises for operating in the public transportation sector, and also the sports association belonging to the Italian Federation. The associations are represented at the regional table, and also the civil society is represented here, and they promote actually the environment, they safeguard the environment and of cyclists. Many participants, among which the municipalities, the mountain municipalities and other bodies and stakeholders who are active in the cycling mobility sector. Organizationally speaking, this event will be structured in the two moments: the morning session, where I will moderate and the framework will be illustrated, and also the regional activities on the way will be illustrated in implementation of the regional law and the Promoci plan that I mentioned before. In order to understand how the cycling plan can integrate with the other plans, like landscape protection plans, the morning session will end at 12:30, and then there will be a gathering, a buffet, and then the works will resume, the proceedings will resume at 2:00 for the afternoon session. Ms. Amanda Burelli will moderate the afternoon session, and the actions will be presented during the afternoon session. The various perspectives and points of view from the different bodies and stakeholders will be discussed. Intermodality and bike tourism from the promotion of the territory, cycling mobility for commuters, these will be the themes. And then a third session will be held at Sala Pasolini, that is the venue with the representatives of the EUSAIR strategy, and this session will be coordinated by Mr. Massimiliano Angelotti from the General Directorate for International Relations and European Programming, who coordinates the planning, the spatial plans at European level. There are 6 credits that can be allocated to the state government employees. So this is the first time that the States General are convened, and then every 2 years they will be convened. This initiative is taking place today because on the 6th September last month, Councillor Almirante communicated to the Council presented a specific communication for the convocation of the States General. Now Ms. Almirante will have the floor. I'd like to thank the whole personnel for their work. There was a great work which was done. I'd like to thank the staff, direction, and also all the employees and also the departments that worked for this event. I'd like to greet you on behalf of Mr. Federico, the governor of the region. Today, we are taking a step forward in the implementation not only of the Regional Law 2018, which started a path. The path started with the approval of Promoci in 2022, and there was a landmark. And then now the States General are convened. We are in a historical moment that is positive financially speaking, because various funds have been allocated, not only regional funds. There are various projects led by the region, but also municipal project, local project that will be presented today, that were carried out and that will be completed over the next years. Regionally speaking, and at municipal level, the planning phase was executed. Many beachy, so-called beachy plans are present in various municipalities. Thanks to the regional law, more funds were allocated for these plans. And then the project entered another phase, and the project not only in terms of cycling mobility. The consortia will particularly helpful and active, and also the associations performed a great work and are represented today as well. They contributed to the project in providing services for commuters that use the infrastructure so often. Management Center. Mr. Simmer from Promoturismo, I think that this is a theme that where we should do some progress. There are many bodies that are putting in place the necessary infrastructures. Friuli Venezia Giulia Strade, I'd like to thank them, because the new management board, the new board of directors has a great vision relating to the infrastructures and the management operations. But there are competences and actions that are to be performed by the mountain communities and the EDR and the municipalities. Sometimes in the management phase, some problems are encountered, also relating to the dissemination of information, in particular to the tourists who do not use the services daily. So this is a theme that should be tackled, and through the state, with the State General, we can try and identify a good management model and an array of solutions for the future. And the other aspect on which the region is focusing right now is intermodality. From the studies conducted at international level, the bicycle as a means of transport, and not only as a tourism factor or a lifestyle element, but as an alternative means of transport, is particularly successful, even in smaller regions like our region, and even in the city centers that are not so big. Intermodality works, and public transportation offers a fundamental support in order to ensure access to the bicycle. Access to the bicycle for many people. So the region is providing services and is devising plans for commuters using the bicycle and the train too, and the transportation capacity is being boosted. All inputs are particularly helpful and might lead to an improvement of our actions. We are now focusing on the intermodal points, minor and major intermodal points. We are working with the railway company, Italian railway company. The sports association are represented here today. I'd like to greet them too. This event is crucial for conveying the message of sustainability related to the bicycle and a healthy lifestyle that it can promote. Now the central director has arrived, so I end my speech and I give the floor to the director, who's really busy at the moment, and I'm really thankful that the director is present today among us. Good morning. My task is to give a warning, as the regional administration also give a warning about the fact that cyclability and cycling mobility affects the whole regional system, the regional administration for sure. We will listen to the colleagues, to our colleagues from the regional administration. The theme of cyclability is crucial in our territory. Very crucial. Very crucial, and many stakeholders are involved. So the regional administration, but also the EDRs, so the regional decentered bodies, the municipalities, the local bodies, so all the bodies working in our territory. And the objective of this first gathering, of this first event, which is the starting point for sharing our experiences. So the objective is to assess how necessary it is to work together, to share our activities, because the theme of having a synergy, of having a framework, a united framework in the territory is important, and we need to identify how many stakeholders are involved. I'll show you some figures. The project must be supported by funds, first of all, otherwise difficulties are encountered already at the launch of the project. In the case of cycling mobility, the region Friuli-Venezia Giulia, from the law number 8 of 2018, so when it entered into force a few years ago, the region proved how the fact of combining slow mobility and integrating it into the other means of transport is a theme that is crucial for the regional administration. So on top you can see the figures. So the funds that were allocated are 245 million allocated for this project. So let's clarify, first of all, one thing. As Ms. Mirantes says, the funds do not actually correspond to the money that was actually invested. The funds were allocated. They represent the commitments, the resources that could be used, that can be potentially used. The council, the regional council, estimated these funds that were allocated, but then in terms of regional budget, these funds that are allocated are still there and must be invested. Maybe this could sound insignificant to you, but I'd like to remind this fact because we've seen it recently, in terms of environment, criticalities in terms of the environment, for example. There are funds that are allocated, but then these funds need to be actually used and invested in pragmatic activities, concrete activities that must be then implemented. In this case, the region was coherent. Engineer Di Marco will then tackle this aspect, but that amount of 245 million were allocated, so this is important to see the area for which they were allocated. And this slide is representatives and shows you the whole figures, very simple figures that tell you exactly the activities that were tackled. 45 million as funds for the cycling route Trieste-Lignano-Sabbiadoro-Vinizia, the so-called Trilive cycle route, almost 69 kilometers of route, and 4 actions to be carried out in this area. This action is covered by the recovery and resilience plan for the majority, and is symbolic in a way because it connects our main city in the region, Trieste, to Venice. So the route runs through the region to the Veneto region and creates a connection between territories but also peoples and cultures, and this gives a further meaning and added value to cycling mobility. The project has been almost all the aspects of the project have been defined, and we are about to implement it. But there is one but. All the authorizations were obtained, but the criticalities, Ms. Councillor, must be also addressed, actually, and it is important to have an open dialogue on that. There was one point where all the opinions had been collected, positive opinions, but one hand was raised a few years before the service conference. I received a call from the specific authority, and they told me, we were not invited, but we are participants, fully fledged participants in the process, so we are waiting to be invited. Otherwise, we will just do not vote in favor of any proposal that will be submitted. So this is to give you an idea of all the difficulties that we face. So at a fundamental moment when a decision had to be taken, the funds had been allocated, and we were ready to start, what happened? The flood risk management plan had been activated, and this plan is actually affecting other actions that had been planned, and it's blocking these actions. So I do not want to dwell on this. I'd just like to mention the fact that within this framework, we came to a halt at the moment when the project was about to start. So the whole authorization procedure was performed. 90% of all the authorizations had to be obtained. The construction site just needed to be set, and then an obstacle came and we needed to stop. We are fixing this problem also thanks to the patience and the commitment and the technical skills of Engineer Di Marco, who started a technical dialogue with the authority, and now maybe the solution has been found. But anyway, we'll go on. There's work ahead. You see the various columns. So the question is, how can we get to that point of 45 million? We have various financing systems here. The Recovery and Resilience Plan, the FSC resources, the regional resources are also used, and the state or government resources are also used. These are all the financing flows. There is a line showing to you the specific amounts. Over 13 million were allocated for the CYROS to Casarsa Pinzano, accounting for around 25 kilometers. And again, another problem with the superintendency. We had it. So, Ms. Councillor, I'd like to tell you really sincerely, honestly, there are the problems, and these are the problems, we need to solve them. But again, we are about to find a solution here too, and so the works should start shortly. And then there is the third column showing you the third action for 7 million euros and 30 kilometers of CYROS. And then the Friuli Venezia Giulia Strade has another action in place for 20 million euros, and then many municipalities are involved in another project, and the communities. The fifth column showing you the 21 million euros were allocated, and then the sixth column for almost 40 million euro. But we're still like in the final column where we see how many kilometers to the destinations need to be covered. Still, I'd like to say that the resources, the funds that were allocated are considerable, and maybe we really need all together, all the stakeholders need to understand how the organization of the project can be carried out in order to cover all the actions with the funds allocated regarding the funds. So we really need to understand that cyclability is an area that needs resources, and all the intermodal means of transport needed to be supported, and a specific global configuration of the route with clear indications and a signage operations. So these are all included in the funds used. And then there is another column showing you 20 million euros allocated, 30 kilometers for the route, and another 12 million euros for another project, 4 kilometers route. So these last 11 kilometers and 176 million in total. This is the total in amount. See here, seated in the first row, one of the major representatives of the cycling sector, and also supporting the administration, Franco Bonu, who will then deliver his speech. I'd like to greet him too. Thanks to his technical skills, so many projects and actions were developed regarding the supracommunal and municipal, supramunicipal and municipal cycle routes. We have funds for an amount of 69 million, about 69 million euros, and 15 million euros were allocated for the project Tourist Promotion Master Plan Gorizia. It is a very concrete sign which was given by Councillor Almirante. Ms. Almirante had the ability to receive these funds for this fundamental project, which had been already carried out partially by the Carigo Gorizia, but the project is still underway. And 42 million euros were allocated for supermunicipal actions. The municipalities owe for these years. Took administrative decisions, making proposals for the cycling sector and obtaining this amount in total. So the municipalities are an important stakeholders for us. And we must all be connected for the implementations of the various actions. And then other funds were allocated for other projects. So this is the whole framework that you can see in front of you. And this allows us to say that now the technical departments must work and must think how to define the projects in detail. They must make sure that the projects are coherent and that the territory and that the implementation of the projects occurs seamlessly, including the various stakeholders and clarifying where are the competences of the various stakeholders. And also the signage and all the aspects must be performed. The indications along the routes must be clear. So all the technical aspects now must be really clarified and faced and dealt with in detail. So they are telling me now that I shall give the floor to the next speaker right now. I really wanted to provide clear figures because the awareness of the figures, to see them in detail, makes us understand how important it is to work together, because there is a coherence uniting all the sectors that cannot be dealt separately. We have the resources in place, and I think that they make us understand that this common project can be completed successfully. Thank you, and I now give the floor to the professionals in the field, the moderator, first of all.
Allora ringrazio.
I would like to thank the Councillor and the Central Director for their speeches. They told us precisely what is the regional context in terms of projects, finances, problems, opportunities. But now, back to our agenda, I would like to tell you that Mr. Coppola, the coordinator, EUSAIR Pillar 2 Transportations, would like to greet you. He will talk in the third session of the afternoon, so we can go on and we can talk about the national and international dimension. So now we're going to have the speeches of K. Alex Adumno and Alfredo Drufuca, who will be connected remotely. So Mrs. Adumno is connected. Good morning. Good morning. She's from the European Commission, from the DG Mobility and Transport, and she took part to the drafting of the Declaration of European Mobility on cycling in 2024. So I read the statement, and I would like to talk about the introduction of this declaration, which is very significant. So the declaration recognizes that cycling mobility is a sustainable, accessible and inclusive cycling method. It is very healthy, and it is very important for the European economy. So it should work as a strategic compass for the future and current initiatives on cycling mobility. So Mrs. Adumno will talk about the objectives, the perspectives. She will talk about the developments of the regulations to have a resilient and sustainable mobility. I would like to give the floor to her. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I hope you can hear me. The slides are in English, but I will talk in Italian. It is the first time that I do this presentation in Italian. Normally I do it in English, so sorry in advance if every now and then I will use some English words. So I am a European officer, and I am in charge of the DG Mobility Transport, and I deal with active mobility as well. This year, I had the pleasure to work to the coordination for the adoption of the European Declaration on Cycling Mobility. So probably you're wondering why Europe is now dealing with the topic of cycling mobility. These are normally topics that are local. So what is Brussels doing in this field now? Active mobility, as we call it, is not something new, but it is a process that has been going on for quite a while. We are in the context of the European Green Deal. We focus on the European climate and environmental goals of the EU, and they brought us to some significant regulations over the past years. So here in this slide I've got some examples. So these are some very important milestones. So we've got the Sustainable and Smarter Mobility Strategy that we launched in 2020, and we started talking about the role of active mobility together with the role of public and transportation and shared transportation to have a sustainable mobility at urban level. Then there is the 100 climate neutral and smarter cities by 2030. It is a mission that was launched in 2021, and many Italian cities embraced this mission. And then the European framework for mobility in 2021. And then this has become a very important topic, especially in the planning of the sustainable urban mobility. And this brought us to the declaration that we formulated this year. This is just to show you that at urban level, these are the elements that we included in the new urban mobility framework. And as you can see, one of the main topics are a better and safer mobility, and walking and cycling, which we call also active mobility. But then this topic is not just interesting at European level, but there are the European member states and the European Parliament that were already interested in these topics. But then there were other two drivers to elaborate a common framework on cycling. And in particular, they are based on some events. For example, Belgium, the Netherlands, and Luxembourg, Austria, Denmark, in June 2022 signed a European declaration which was signed by other countries. So we've got 17 countries that signed it, and they signed the European Cycling Declaration, which is basically a European strategy to set some rules and regulations for this field. Then, in February 2023, there was a resolution by the European Parliament which was approved unanimously, and they asked the Commission to develop this strategy at European level. Because of these requests, the Commission launched a proposal in October 2023, and they asked the Parliament and the European Council to sign jointly a declaration on cycling mobility. And after a very short negotiation, considering the timings of these three institutions, last April we signed this document, which is a unique document in terms of content and in terms of type, because it is a political declaration, but it is a joint European declaration, so it involves the three institutions. This is something that doesn't always happen for documents that are not legislatives. But this is a joint European declaration which was signed by the three institutions. So we had our Commissioner for Transportation, Thierry Levin, then the President of the Council, Georges Quinet, and the President of the President Karim Adeli of the European Parliament for cycling. That happened in April this year. Here you can see the QR code to download the declaration, which is available in Italian as well. So if you're curious, if you want to know more about it in detail, you can download it. As I was saying, it is a document that is extremely ambitious under a political point of view, because it is a joint declaration signed by the three institutions with the idea of making use of the cycling potential of the EU. As we were saying in the introduction, it acknowledges the cycling mobility as one of the most sustainable, social and inclusive ways of moving. And it has a value under an economic point of view, and it should be used as a strategic compass for all the future strategies on cycling mobility. So it should work as the foundations, and there are basically 8 chapters, 8 principles, let's call them that way. They are joint principles, shared principles, and 36 commitments that the institutions take at all governance levels, because we are at the level of subsidiarity. So as I was saying at the beginning, there are many of these actions that still need to be implemented at local level, but at the end of the day, there is a role to be played by Europe, and all of that must be done together. So all the levels of governance must be involved, so that we can accomplish, we can implement the actions that are indicated in this declaration. But now let's have a look at all the 8 fundamental principles contained in the declaration, the commitments. As you can see, the topics are very broad. They consider different aspects. So the development and strengthening of cycling policies, encouraging inclusive, affordable and healthy mobility, creating more and better cycling infrastructures, because we cannot have more people on a bike if we don't have the right infrastructures, and safe infrastructures that have to be used for this purpose. Then, increasing investments and creating favorable conditions for cycling, improving road safety and security, and then supporting high-quality jobs. I mean, this is quite of an interesting industry. It is a growing industry. So supporting high-quality jobs and the development of a world-class European cycling industry, supporting multimodality and cycling tourism, improving the collection of data on cycling, because another aspect that is very interesting is the following. If we don't know the current situation in terms of infrastructures, where they are located, and so on, then it is more difficult to understand which ones are the needs and the requirements to extend and improve the infrastructures. But let's now have a look at the commitments for each of these principles. And then in the end, I will give you some ideas on the next actions we need to take to implement the declaration. So together with the European local authorities, the EU and the member states have a key role in supporting the uptake of cycling. So we've got developing, adopting, strengthening cycling policies and strategies at all levels of governance, as it was stressed at the beginning by the speakers who spoke before me. So it is important to work together but we need to work at all levels of governance together with the stakeholders, then taking necessary measures to implement these policies and strategies, prioritizing cycling measures in sustainable urban mobility planning, especially in urban, suburban, and rural areas. Then encouraging companies, organizations, and institutions to promote cycling by means of mobility management plans, such as going to work by bike, providing e-bikes at corporate level, providing parking lots for bikes, and so on, providing logistics for bikes, then promoting cycling as a healthy way of transport and recreation by means of awareness raising, advocacy, capacity building, and training, and developing the abilities and capacities of professionals at both national and international level. Let's go on. The second principle concerns inclusivity, so everybody, including people with disabilities or reduced mobility, irrespective of age and gender, should have access to mobility, and cycling can make a major contribution to make this. Cycling should also be affordable so that it can be fully inclusive, and it can be promoted as an element to support mental and physical health. So increasing use of cycling to promote social inclusion with a special attention to all the different needs, the needs of women, children, older people, vulnerable and marginalized groups, enabling better access to cycling for people with disabilities or reduced mobility, boosting active mobility of older people, active aging, providing targeted cycling training, starting from the education of cycling mobility for children, as well as different groups, including vulnerable and marginalized groups, encouraging measures to increase affordability of cycling. For example, with tax measures, reducing, for example, VAT. And then at the beginning we were saying if we don't have a suitable infrastructure, it is difficult to convince people to adopt these means of transportation. So in Europe we've got institutions that are very different one from the other. There are some countries that are very forward, very developed. They've got a stronger tradition, stronger culture for cycling mobility, while some others are still at the beginning. So if it is possible, increasing safe and consistent cycling infrastructures across Europe. This applies to some countries, maybe a little bit less for some other countries. Some of them should focus more on safety, and in order to do that, when we work on infrastructures, we should meet some quality standards for the safety of cycling routes. Then it is important to take measures that are suitable, giving suitable space to cyclists, making sure that there is a physical separation of cycle paths or safer speeds in mixed traffic, then creating a coherent cycling network in cities and improving connectivity between suburban, rural areas and city centers. We can use these means of transport to go to work, to go to school, and so on. So we are talking about cycling motorways as well. This is an option that could be developed as well. But at the same time, we need to guarantee the availability of protected and safe bike parking spaces in urban rural areas. So you can take, for example, your bike to go to the train station, then you can take another means of transport, especially in certain mobility hubs, and then supporting deployment of charging points for e-bikes in urban planning. In order to do that, we need more investments, and we need technical support, fundings, financing to develop and implement cycling strategies and related investments, including European instruments. Over the past years, we've seen that there are lots of different funds that could be used for this purpose. We're talking about structural funds, regional development funds, high amounts for the recovery and resilience plans, and then there is a tool that is going to be it is going to be available very soon. There is the Fund for Climate that has got an element dedicated to public transportation and active mobility and infrastructures. So countries have to seize this occasion so that they can get grants for this purpose. So it is important to take into consideration cycling mobility for investments at all levels of governance. Then we talked about safety. We are always talking about the European goals. The idea is to halve by 2030 the number of severe injured people, and to have no road deaths by 2050. We have to be really committed to that. Then enforcing road safety rules and legislation, ensuring rules on safety requirements for e-bikes are substantial and promote their deployment, improving security, we said it before, public bike parking spaces, and increasing efforts against bike thefts. Because if bikes are stolen, then people do not really want to buy them. I don't know whether this problem is widespread in Italy, but in Brussels this is quite of a common problem. Many people are discouraged. They do not really want to buy expensive e-bikes because unfortunately then they are stolen. Strengthening cycle training and awareness, raising campaigns on road safety. So we are always talking about safety. Cycling mobility is a very important opportunity under an economic point of view. It means more jobs, more quality jobs. It is particularly important for this industry. It is a growing industry. It is an innovative industry at worldwide level. For bike sharing, for example, Europe is making some huge steps forward. So the declaration aims at creating the conditions to increase EU production of bicycles, including e-bikes, bikes for people with disabilities and their components, including the access to the materials, equipment, and competitive conditions at worldwide level. Supporting the bicycle service sector, including social economy entities and circular use of bicycles, stimulating high-quality jobs and cycling clusters, including cycling tourism, to increase cycling-related quality jobs, support SMEs, and boost skills and vocational training in this field, making this field more attractive. And then it is also important to recognize this industry as a partner in the mobility system. And we have to support the cycling services industries like bike sharing, cycle logistics, especially in the cities, because it could be a very important tool for the sustainable urban planning. Cycling should play a key role in improving multimodal connectivity and tourism, especially in combination with trains, buses, and other means of transportations, both in urban and rural areas, so promoting and implementing multimodal solutions in urban, suburban, rural areas, including longer distance trips, supporting bike sharing schemes for first and last mile access to public transport services, supporting cycling as a sustainable means of recreation and tourism. And then the last principle, the last chapter, concerns data. So cycling data needs to be collected in the same way across the EU to ensure an effective monitoring of progress on implementation of the principles and commitments, including this declaration. So we've got monitoring the implementation of the commitments made in this field. This is something fundamental, and in order to do that, we need to have a common reference base at European level. We don't have it at the moment, especially concerning infrastructures, so the length, the network density, the quality and accessibility of cycling infrastructures and services, the share of cycling, total transport and mobility activity, and the number of serious injuries and fatalities among cyclists. This concerns safety. Then, as far as data are concerned, we still need to do lots of work, and then developing harmonized indicators on cycling for urban nodes of the Trans-European Transport Network. We're going to work on that starting from this year to the next year as well. So we are working on the implementation of the sustainable mobility data in the framework of the Trans-European Transport Network, and then developing statistics on cycling and its infrastructure at local, national and EU levels. So we are working on that together with the member states and Eurostat. So up to now, I've presented the principles, the content of this declaration, and as I was saying before, it is a declaration that is unique. There is only another document that dates back to a few years, which is quite similar. And as I was saying, it is a text that is not legislative, but it is a political text. And why is that? Because it aims at creating a shared base, but also some common goals, because the implementation of these commitments cannot be done at European only, or at local level only, or at regional level only, but we need to have a shared effort. And there are many levels we had to work on. As you know, we are in a political transition phase. The new commissioners committee has not been established yet. So we are in a transition phase under a political point of view. We still have to do a lot to implement these principles, but in actual fact, there are some activities that we have already implemented and we would like to accomplish in the next months. So first of all, it is important to work together with national cycling coordinators and stakeholders, because at European level, there are different levels of development. Some of them are already doing a lot, some others are doing a little bit less. So there are lots of experiences that could be shared and that can be replicated in other countries where possible. Then we decided to work much more with the member states. We asked the member states to appoint some national coordinators for cycling mobility. We have received basically most of the names. We only have a couple of countries that still have to appoint these people, but we are going to work with this network that we have established together with a group of experts at European level. So we will work on urban mobility. The idea is to have a structured dialogue to monitor the process on the implementation and accomplishment of these principles. We are about to launch a study on the databases to monitor and measure the EU infrastructures in the member states to understand the future needs because the idea is to develop a methodology to monitor the progress. So we are about to launch this study, which will last for 1 year. We should have some results after 6 months. We will have different moments in which we can discuss together, have some meetings, and next year we will have our Urban Mobility Days. This is the key event that we organize every 2 years. So we would like to have a day that is completely dedicated to the cycling mobility. It is going to be for us a moment for stock taking. We can understand what has happened during the year, and in the mandate of our commissioner, which has been appointed right now, the president has asked to submit by the end of next year a report on the progress in the implementation of the declaration. So this will allow us to have a time frame, some deadlines, so that we can implement this project at the European level, involving all the levels of governance, regional, local, the industry and stakeholders. I would like to finish here my presentation. I hope it was interesting, but I am available if you have any other questions, or if you need any further information also in the future. But Friuli Venezia Giulia, as far as I understood today, is already doing a lot as far as this field is concerned. So you could really transfer your know-how, your experiences to other regions or other countries at European level that are still at the beginning of this new path. I would like to thank you, and I would like to conclude here. Thank you.
I allow myself to tell that I perfectly agree with Ms. Duno, Dr. Duno, because we can all say that we are involved in this process, and we are at a good point, because, as I said before, without the resources, no activity can be carried out. And the involvement of all the stakeholders at institutional level is fundamental, and makes us confident about our path, the path that we're going. And this could be a reference for other actions, especially regarding our territory and the relations with other countries, cross-cutting projects, cross-border projects with our neighbors, Austria and Slovenia. We have already, I'd like to mention the word absorbed. We have absorbed, I'd like to say, the ability of moving in the territory, of acting in the territory. Right now, instead, the northern countries located in the north of Europe have already acquired this ability. And all the territories in the Alpe-Adria region and the relations that we have has allowed us to understand that there are so many tourists traveling through the Alpe-Adria region, and there are so many bikes moving around this region. In the afternoon session the theme of being together, being involved, moving together, and sharing our strategy for mobility, for internal mobility and cross-border mobility. Well, this is a fundamental element. The TPL era, which we tackled, and we'll see if the project will be successful, even though the formal procedure has already been concluded, because in this project the contracts have been provided and the contracts were signed. There were proposals made by us regarding the theme of bikes and the bikes parking stations. And also the bus modality, how it can be connected with the cycling mobility. So we have a TPL system which is well oriented to the needs of cyclists, because bicycle is part in this path, is part of this process, and the train is also. There's a specific cross-border project relating to the connection Friuli, Italy, and Austria, the Carinthia region in particular in Austria, and relating to the railway system and the trains, where bicycles can be transported and therefore transported from one country to another, from one region to another. I'd like to now give the floor to the next speaker, engineer in the transport sector, Ms. Drufuka, who works as a free professional in the sector and has been working for years in this sector. So he will deal with the Premoci plan and the BC plans at municipality level. Technically speaking, specific guidelines were adopted in 2019, and Engineer Drufuka is one of those who contributed to drafting these guidelines, which support the local bodies with a view to technically supporting them in their choices, so that their choices can be coherent within the territory. So I'd like to give the floor to Mr. Drufuka. He will talk about national and international experiences in the sustainable mobility sector and cycling mobility. Can you hear me? Good morning. My first question is time. So how long can be my speech? So I have 15 minutes, okay. Good morning to all of you. I would like, first of all, to tackle the most substantial aspects. I'd like to seize this opportunity and the presence of the previous speaker to underscore one aspect that should be considered in Italy in the phase of programming and the planning phase. We in Italy specifically have a serious problem related to the legislation. The difference between us and our neighboring countries like the Netherlands, France, Switzerland, and Slovenia too, is quite evident, because we do not perform well compared to other countries. And as far as European policies are concerned about cycling mobility, one of the elements that should be considered is the coherence in the provisions in the legislation and as far as the traffic rules are concerned too. The whole ecosystem should be coherent, homogeneous, and clear above all. In our region, there is international demand, so it is very important to find common references for the users in our country and beyond the borders. In Italy, this is particularly important because there is a bit of chaos. We do not have a long technical tradition in academic, in the academic path, but also in the professional field. So we really need to be supported, to be assisted, accompanied toward an evolution in our sectors that could be fundamental. I am sorry, I cannot hear the speaker any longer. Okay. I am sorry, I still cannot hear the speaker. So maybe we could now go on. And we're trying to fix this technical problem, but we can now give the floor to Mr. Francobono, Engineer Francobono. So we are welcoming Francobono on stage. Welcome back. Please tell us something poetical. The poetry is all around, romance all around, of course. So I'd like to introduce to you Francobono. Franco is a former colleague, formerly with us until 2019, and then despite his retirement, so he certainly went out for a ride, but also was able to provide his competent advice and consultancy. And he cooperated in the drafting of the guidelines for the BC plan and the regional law and the adoption of Premoci. Today, Franco was telling us about the history of cyclability in Friuli until the regional law. So the former provisions and results that had to be obtained before entry into force of the regional law. So welcome, Franco, and thank you for being with us. Thank you, Stefania. First of all, I'd like to thank all of you, Ms. Uliana, Dr. Uliana, who recognized me despite the years that have elapsed. My big pleasure to be here. And there was a difficulty at the start. When we started, the cycling sector was a marginal sector. The regional law, the Law 14, in Article 7 provided for the funds that needed to be allocated for the cycling mobility. And that was the map. The network of the territory was shown, the route for which the funds were required, but without connecting the routes to the provinces, to the municipalities, and so it was a bit disconnected. And after funds were allocated, according to this provision, we realized that an important element was missing. A very powerful element which had the power to increase the value of our projects. And so, in 1998, one more article was added, Article 7 bis, which envisaged the identification of a priority cycle routes for the region. That was something that was really fundamental for the region. The route should connect the main cultural center, natural centers in the region to the neighboring regions and states like Austria and the Veneto region, our neighboring region, which had already made some progress on that. And what happened? We focused the attention on this, and this allowed us to obtain a fund for the Adrioncycleroute that was called the Grado Palmanova route at the time. One of the designers, architect Garbe of the project, is here today. And that was an example, the example of how in Grado, the many users in Grado, the project was important to attract bike tourists. The tourists beyond the Alps had always been attracted to our territory. There were many risks along the road, and they encountered risk through the route, through the path. So bike tourism acquired this role of driving force, able to move the local economies. So an economic interest was raised. And in 2005, the STIA body, the Institute for Transportation Institute for European Economic Integration, directed by Engineer Barroso at the time, and the RECIR was created, so regional cycle routes. Cycle routes of regional interest. Regional interest was a word, was a term, that a concept that was also used by others. Because there was this united vision, this routes of regional interest, that was a factor which was used over the years to develop the project by the various administrations. And there was one person one body, the Federation for Cycling, Bike Friends Federation, which supported my activity. And thanks to the surveyors which conducted the surveys, the routes that were just drafted at the time then became very precise, very accurate. The paths, segregated paths, shared use path, and the road systems. So all the aspects were tackled in order to guarantee minimum safety along the routes and the roads. The RECIR was another pillar, and the European projects were developed thanks to its support. The main European project is the Adriatic-Ionian, which was born in 2007-2013 under the 2007-2013 Interreg project. The Salzburg and Croatia regions were our partners, and they welcomed the proposal by our region to create a continuous line between Treviso, Villacco, and Udine and Grado. And for the first time, a cross-border importance was created along an axis, which is very important. And I cannot forget to thank the two persons who assisted me with much patience, Mr. Angelotti and Dr. Basso, who were very patient. At times, especially when the schedule was so tight, for example. After the success of the CYROS, other projects were launched. I'd like to mention 4 of them. The Adriatic project, along the horizontal route, along the coast, which is now called the Trilive route, Trieste, Lignano, and Venice route, which was implemented thanks to an Italy-Slovenia Interreg project in the same period, 2007-2013. The route started from Transcagora, went down to Slovenia, through the Slovenian border, Isonzo, Nova Gorica, reaching finally Koper to Rabujese, through the Parenzana route, through our region to Ravenna. It will be very important after this moment to have a physical trackability. So an awareness of the route. Today we are talking about the history of the project, what was done, where it was done, and which were the territories involved. But then to have a graphical summary of what we are telling today will be very important. I'm sorry, I cannot. Okay, yes, now I can. The microphone is on. The Nicotra project was able to provide a transportation of the bicycle on the train for the CYROS Alpe Adria. That was really innovative for Italy. And thanks to Mr. Volpone, this could be implemented. Another 2 projects, Adrioncycletour, which will be tackled in the afternoon section. The Mediterranean CYROS from Cadiz, Trieste to Athens. This mega route, majestic route along the northern Mediterranean area, cutting through Italy. It's a Eurovelo project. Number 8. The last project is the Eastern Alps CYROS, the so-called Recao project. Meravillao project is a network connecting all the CYROS in the cross-border area, Italy, Austria area, Friuli Venezia Giulia, Südtirol, Trentino, and Carinthia, in order to create an intermodal connection among the CYROS in this area. Soft tourism is really active here. So in all these projects allowed to implement the cycling network, including 10 cycle routes. And the coherence needed to be ensured throughout the development of the project. Thanks to Friuli Strade, thanks to the support of Friuli Strade, we have really reached a very good stage in the development of the projects. So, development of the cycle routes of regional interests, European project, and also by the importance of bike tourism. Other actions were launched by other regions in the cycling moving sector. And then after all these provisions and projects in 2018, before 2015, the paragraph 630 of the budget law, the state law, 10 cycle routes, national cycle routes, were funded under the legislation. And this, thanks to the work of the associations, thanks to some politicians. And this Lignano Sabidoro Venice cycle route was included in the routes under the new legislation. So law number 2 of 2018. At this stage, some coherence, legal coherence is created at national level for cycling mobility. The tools are in place, but regarding the national plan for cycling mobility, we had reached a good stage, but then we came to a halt. As engineer Dante maybe will then confirm, we came to a halt. But Engineer Gobin, also thanks to him, the new regional law of 2018 was issued. The theme of a new mobility, of safe mobility, was dealt with under this law. The path was not always easy. The approval phase was not so easy. Then we had the law was approved, and afterwards the guidelines for the beachy plans were issued, and the Premoci plan was designed, and architect Boruso was really helpful in this. So the choice of the central direction to have a structure in place for the coordination in the field of cycling mobility was the missing part, and now we have it. Engineer Di Marco is now coordinating this phase. So we have a task force working for the development of cyclability in our region. Before this moment, the funds, the resources allocated was scarce and not coherent. But now, thanks to all these efforts, and I would like to also thanks to the organizers of the States General and the coordinators and the direction too, and all the local services and local bodies, I'd like to thank you all and wish you really all the best. My legacy is go and ride the bicycle and just enjoy it.
Well, I quite like this message, this connection of the cycling world and the sea is something amazing. But anyway, Mr. Franco Bono's speech must be translated in 3 visual steps that are clear. They tell us exactly what has been defined as a regulation pathway, which explains how we produced the regional law number 8. And it also explains how the cycling mobility policy has been defined and established and consolidated. Of course, we need to grasp all of this data because they tell us exactly what we've been doing up to now and what we still need to do and we need to have, for example, an organized group that has to follow a certain process in a constant and continuous level. The next step, which is very important, is to have this group inside the regional administration, and this group has to be open to implement this pathway directly into our territory. That's why we need to make this extra step forward. We need to have a consistency with the stakeholders we mentioned before. What is the next step? Okay, thank you very much, Director. I would like to thank Franco as well, because he told us a very important story, because he talked about our regional story in this field. Franco has already introduced the next speech by Mrs. De Marco. She will talk about, she's in charge of the organizational position, in charge of coordinating mobility, sustainable and cycling mobility interventions. And she will talk about the regulation framework of reference and how the law was adopted. And then there will be the speech by the architect Fabio Dandri. He will talk about the content of the Pre-MOCI. He will talk about the standards of cycling pathways. So I would like to give the floor to my colleagues. Thank you. Good morning. I would like to focus on the national regulation. It is very important to understand the goals and the tasks of the region and the local entities. The Law 2 of 2018, which is a national law, provides provisions for the implementation of the cycling network. The goal is to promote the use of bicycles as a means of transport, both for daily needs and for tourist and recreational activities, with the purpose of improving the efficiency, the safety, the sustainability of urban mobility, protecting the natural and environmental heritage, reducing the negative effects of mobility connected to the health and the soil consumption, enhancing the territory and the cultural heritage, and improving and developing tourist activities. The state, the regions, and the local entities have the task to implement, to develop sustainable cycling, sustainable mobility, and this should be included into policies that apply at national level. As I was saying, the region in 2018 issued a specific law about cycling mobility, and the year after, the implementation regulation was adopted. By means of this law, the region promotes the cycling mobility and the implementation of the routes, of the cycling routes, at urban level and at extra-urban level, with the purpose of improving our life quality and the health of citizens, and with the purpose of protecting the environment and the landscape. The goal is to increase the use of bikes as a means of transport in the cycle tourist routes, but also for commuters, for people who go to school or who go to work on a daily basis, so that it is possible to promote a better lifestyle, a more active lifestyle. Biking mobility in our region takes place by means of raising awareness, as well as by implementing infrastructures. For example, new infrastructures or the recovery of existing routes. Following the introduction of this law in August 2022, the regional plan for cycling mobility, also called Primoci, is being approved. This is the reference framework for the planning and the programming of actions and interventions for the cycling mobility. The cycling routes and cycling pedestrian routes at urban and extra-urban level represent the so-called diffused cycling system, which is made up of networks of regional cycling routes, municipal cycling networks, and extra municipality cycling networks. It is managed directly by the region through Friuli Venezia Giulia Strade. In 2022, a specific convention was signed. Then there is the extra municipality network, which is part of the road system, and it is managed by EDR. It is basically the itineraries connecting the different municipalities. And then the extra municipal network is implemented by EDR, which is in charge of providing maintenance. At the moment, there are no extra municipality plans, so these networks are not defined yet. The development of these extra municipality plans is going to be an activity that we need to implement in the future, according to the provisions of the Regional Law 8 of 2018. The municipal cycling route is an integral part of the municipal road system, and it is managed directly by the council. It is identified in the BC plan, which is the plan managed by the council. And it is part of the urban plan for the traffic and for sustainable mobility. Following the law and the publication of the law, the year after, the guidelines for drafting these BC plans were issued, because the idea was to give a guideline for everybody. At the moment, the BC plans adopted in the region or approved by the councils are 68. So we can focus on the BC plans. Here there are some mayors in the audience, and I would like to highlight that as far as the planning is concerned, we have to be careful. I mean, beachy plans have to exist, but we should understand how they are going to develop in the future. We have to divide them into different levels of planning concerning specific areas. And this is an important commitment that councils have to undertake. So it is a huge activity. And because of that, councils need to have funds. Because if I do a beachy plan, I need to implement it. So, of course, I need to plan it, I need to know where to go, but then I need to go there. As far as planning is concerned, I think it is important to say that the territory is deeply committed to that. So there should be a sort of debate, a discussion, because I believe that 68 municipalities out of 215 are an important amount. So they are a significant element. But we're still saying that out of 215, I would say we have achieved roughly 30% of our pathway. We've not completed our pathway. I believe that it is difficult to implement these instruments at council level, because maybe the councils don't have the technical infrastructures, or maybe they don't have the right capabilities to respond to these requests. This is just an input, food for thought. But it is important to understand the point of view of the administrators concerning this type of planning. We need to ask them whether this activity is important and expensive or what. I mean, we have to listen to them as well. We need to understand the inputs from the councils in the territory. Since we spoke about a beachy plan, I would like to tell you immediately what I wrote down in my report. The council beachy plans define the main biking routes crossing the urban centers and the neighborhood, and the connections with the green areas. They also define the strategies and the goals to increase the use of bikes, as well as the actions to promote safety among cyclists. And they also indicate the financial program to implement these interventions and actions. We have already heard about the story of the RECIR from our colleague Franco Bono, so maybe I can focus on the content of the pre-MOCI. RECIR belongs to the slow mobility network of the regional landscape plan. RECIR is a network made up of 9 cycling routes. There are some main itineraries with a continuous line, and then there are some secondary itineraries, and they are in dotted lines. They are represented in dotted lines. Next, in this slide, on the left-hand side, we have the RECIR itineraries that we have already implemented with a continuous line, or the dotted ones that have to be checked. We need to understand their progress. In certain cases, we should improve the itineraries as compared to what has already been indicated in the plan. On the right-hand side, instead, we've got the 68 actions that are ongoing. They belong to the 176 millions that the region is investing in RECIR. We are talking about 325 kilometers as a whole. As for the funds, my director has already talked about them, but I would like to focus on this slide to give you some examples. There is the Trilive that has already been developed. It is the blue line. It is this blue line, 45 millions, out of which 20 millions were funded by means of the Resilience and Recovery Plan. Then another part, 80 millions, were funded with the Stability Law, paragraph 170, indicated by Franco before. And then other 12 millions were granted after the Agreement of Development and Cohesion that was signed in March 2024. And then there is a small line which is managed by the Council of Carlino. Every source of financing has got its own reporting methods, as well as its own rules and deadlines. Then there is another cycling route, the FVG 5A, and this one basically the red one and the blue one. In this case, there are two implementing bodies, the ADR of Gorizia and FVG Strade, and funds come from the EUSAR regional funds, and then the Interreg Italy and Slovenia. In the western area, we've got the Livenza cycling route. In this case, the resources are regional, and the Fujistrada is the implementing body. I would like to give you another example on Carni Intermezzo, the brown area, the FGV 28, the Carnia route. So we've got Carnia Industrial Park that is implementing it by means of regional funds. So as a whole, 245 millions were invested. And here we've got the different implementing bodies. And here I listed all the different investments, all the different implementing bodies. But back to our law, the implementation regulation of the law determines the contributions, the bonuses for interventions for the promotion of cycling mobility. There are actions and interventions to implement the cycling routes. Specifically, I would like to list some of the actions that I believe are the most interesting ones, the most important ones. The actions are initiatives to promote the use of bikes for schools, but also for citizens to promote the biking culture. There are pilot projects for commuters. Then there are actions to support the transfer of the transportation of bikes on public means of transports. While the interventions are the interventions for works, so the works that are necessary to guarantee the continuity of cycling routes, the safety of some mixed areas, the solution of criticalities and problems, the implementation of interchange poles between bikes and other means of transport, the parking lots, the parking racks, and the recovery of certain routes that are not used at the moment, as well as the recovery and preservation of stations, as well as the installation of signs. So the region finances these kinds of intervention. It is a co-financing, to be honest. It is a co-financing, so the application should be sent by the 1st of March of every year. We do all the paperwork, we do a list, and we give the grants. Here are the amounts that were granted from 2019 to today. As a total, we've got interventions, actions, and BC plans, but as a total, to the councils were given 6.6 million euros roughly, and then there are the program agreements. So the region has signed 5 program agreements identified in the Primoci, but my colleagues in the afternoon will talk about them, so I would like to mention the program agreement for the promotion and the support of cycling activities in the mountain territories of the Carnia with a project called In Quota. This agreement was signed by Sapada Sauris, and basically it is a cycling loop in the mountains. So there are some geometrical difficulties, let's call them that way. And last, the master plan of Gorizia, and my central director has already mentioned the resources, the 15 millions that were granted. So we are talking about the installation and the implementation of infrastructures, systems and projects, as well as the definition of a managing model. So this work is in the Gorizia area, in the Collio area, in the Isonzo area, between Isonzo River and Torre. And the purpose is to enhance the usability of the territory of the existing routes in the area of Gorizia. In 2024, a feasibility study was implemented, so in the next months we will share the results with the interested authorities. I have concluded. I hope I am still, I was short enough, and I would like to give the floor to my colleague Fabio Dandri. Good morning, everybody. As Mrs. Franzotte was saying, I will focus on the operational aspects as well as on the activities that we have been promoting in this period to implement Primoci. Primoci is not only the network of the regional cycling tour routes, but it is basically a program, an input to implement different additional activities to promote cycling mobility in an efficient way. So we're talking about intermodality. It is basically a network to support cycling mobility. We heard about that in the previous speeches. We talk about qualitative standards, standards to implement the plan. We are talking about commuters, we're talking about science and monitoring, because just like in all the other plans, we need to monitor the situation, we need to monitor the progress of the effects of the interventions that we put into place. I would like to focus on 3 or 4 aspects. The first is the science of the cycling routes at regional level, but also at national level. So in this case, there is a huge difference about this topic. In 2022, on the occasion of the issue of the regional plan for the cycling mobility, the ministry promised to have a working table which slowed down our activities at regional level, because in actual fact, we wanted to harmonize and complete the science that are present in the territory. So we are working to have a specific document. We have already shared it with some of the stakeholders. We need to put some science in the cycling routes, so hopefully we will be able to complete this document very soon. Then another aspect is the monitoring of the cycling flows. We've got 5 counters, and they record all the different data. There is a growing trend in the past few years, except for the period of the COVID pandemic. So there is twice as much as the presence that there was 5 years ago. So we are talking about 80,000 transfers that were recorded, that were detected. And there are some other detectors that are being placed in other areas to monitor the seasonal transits. But we are also working on a plan, and here there are lots of different authorities that have asked us to complete the network of the detectors. But we would like to have a plan. We would like to understand the technical specifications of these systems, and we would like to understand how we can put them together with other monitoring activities. Here, for example, there are some recent activities because the region has been recently working on big data to understand the transits of people. This is a first experimentation that we've done over the past year about cycling mobility. So this is a point of view that makes us understand the cycling transits much more. And then I would like to focus on a third topic, which is a beach plan. As it was already said by my colleagues, the region has already issued a document with some guidelines to help the councils and the planners to draft these documents, because in 2019 the topic was still at the beginning, but now beach plans are described in detail in our regional law, in the national law, and in other documents like the general plan for cycling mobility. So the content of beach plans was defined also in terms of all the technicalities. However, what we have understood is that according to the regional law number 8, the region has to give their opinion about the municipal beach plans. So what we have understood is that there are some problems, different types of problems, and they hamper the efficiency of what was planned. So here I would like to highlight these problems. They are basically an input, a food for thought for a debate that could happen in the future. And they could be used also to improve these plans and the projects as well. The first point concerns the definition, the application of the rules and regulations. Mr. Drufuka earlier, he was connected online. He talked about a problem at regulatory level, but then there is also a problem at interpretation level. I would like to give you an example. So the cycling route is not the cycling pedestrian route of the road code, and it's not the cycle pedestrian mixed route that is foreseen by the road code. I mean, sometimes there are differences in the vocabulary, sometimes there are problems in focusing on the topics, and because of that, we understand that there is a lack of infrastructures. We are designing, we are implementing cycling routes that have sections that have got a very small size, but according to the regulations, the section of a cycling route should be at least 2.5 meters, and if there is a mixed so pedestrian and cycle route, this size should be expanded. This is something to be considered because for new itineraries, you know, new itineraries are used by cyclists, but they are also used by pedestrians, especially in certain areas, green areas or urban areas. So sometimes it is quite difficult to make these two types of populations coexist together. And sometimes we should try to foresee what the structure of the route should be, because otherwise we need to create derogations which produce other problems. And then there is a second point which concerns the consistency of our plan, of the content of the plan. We should remember that the plan is a transportation plan. Of course, there is the tourist component, the excursion component, but what we wanted to promote is the replacement of motor private vehicles with alternative means of transport. And this approach sometimes focuses much more on tourists, and because of that, the plan is not implemented correctly, and the priorities are not clear. But I would like to make a digression, something that will be further expanded in the afternoon. Mrs. De Marco earlier said that the cycling networks are part of the road networks of the different authorities. So the cycling route is a sort of road, and it needs a manager, an owner, somebody who has got responsibilities. The beach plan hasn't got the task to identify routes, making use of existing situations, forgetting about the availability of the areas and the maintenance. But in actual fact, this is a very important aspect, because in the frequently asked questions, we specified that these cycling routes should not be for tourists only, or for people who want to have an excursion. Then there is a third topic that I would like to focus on, and that is the mixed use by pedestrians and cyclists. Sometimes it is quite difficult to make these two types of people exist together, coexist. So the idea is to find a solution so that if it is not possible to construct a proper cycle route, then it must be possible to have a coexistence in a safe way of all the users. privileging the linear pathways. Sometimes we reduce the costs by implementing very articulated routes out of the main axis, and then they are not efficient anymore. Here there is a statement from our guidelines. It says that the infrastructure could be cheap, but maybe it doesn't connect all the attractive poles. So people are not using these routes. So it is an infrastructure that becomes useless. This is why we need to define the models of coexistence of users. It is a need that is described in the National Plan of Cycling Mobility. The cycle pedestrian routes should be put on a side to promote innovative solutions. And then the last point is the overestimation of the quality of the existing routes. I mean, it depends on the situations, but there are some infrastructures that are not very useful. So we need to analyze them. If there is something like a historical infrastructure that is not very useful, we need to adjust it. And then the last points will be tackled by the next speakers. These are some problems that are due to the connection between the planning that is typical of the cycling mobility with other plans and authorizations. I would like to thank you for your attention. I would like to give the floor to my colleagues.
As Fabio has just said, 4 speeches now will follow by the regional department. Any infrastructural project is coordinated with other plans and other departments and authorization levels. So I'd like to give the floor to Ms. Sara Zanolla, Dr. Sara Zanolla, and I'd like to welcome also the other speakers on the floor, on the stage. Sara Zanolla is here representing the Department for Landscape Planning, Spatial Planning, Strategic Planning, and she will present the various plans at various levels. Okay, now I can hear her. I'm here as a coordinator of the Premoci plan, and also I was in charge of defining the map within the Premoci plan. Now I'm in charge of the map, drafting the maps in the spatial planning, programming, and the also regulation plans at the municipal level, and I'm in charge of slow mobility especially. So the presentation I was about to start. No need to explain why the landscape plan also takes into account cyclability, and it takes into account 3 strategic networks of the cultural heritage for slow mobility and the ecological network. The slow mobility network connects the 2 other networks. Why does the landscape plan needs such a detailed mapping. It is being constantly updated, and it is its tool is the WebGIS tool. It allows to monitor the changes, any changes, and the stages of the progress made, and also the slow mobility details. The status is updated according to the Premoci results as far as the regional plan and the local regional network and the local network are concerned. As far as the strategic part is concerned, slow mobility, this part is under construction, and with the contribution of the municipality and the beachy plans, we're working on that. The slow mobility network the PPR is not a network made up of routes also, but also made up of strategies, and it includes intermodality as a concept, the TPL, the bus transportation system, but it also considers cycle and pedestrian routes that are sometimes used by cyclists and pedestrians alike. The other bike cycle routes used by tourists also are envisaged, and the waterways are also included in the plan. How do the two plans integrate? There's a good integration in terms of timetable to the regional plan number 8 of 2018 and the approval of the PPR, which are occurred very close in time. The Premoci is coherent, is consistent with the PPR, and adopted the provisions of the PPR. And this document, which is part of the Premoci and which shows the consistency with the other plan, it is a simplified document that shows you how the provisions in the implementation guidelines and the specific objectives they resulted in a hierarchy of the cycle routes and provided the good guidelines, the good practices for the beachy plans. After the entry into force of the Premoci plan, this consistency was maintained, and the information is constantly updated in the PPR, and the new Premoci expectations and provisions became part of the PPR. So there is one part that is updated according to the results expected within the Premoci, and then there is a perfect aligning at regional level and at municipal level in terms of planning. So my presentation has ended. Thank you. Was a very, very effective summary. And now Engineer Daniele Tirelli has the floor now, the Director of the Environmental Assessment Service for Sustainable Development. He will tackle various aspects relating to the environment and sustainability. Good morning. My contribution will be very short in order to fit my presentation in the schedule. I am open to your questions if there are any. My focus will be on the environmental assessments, which all public administrations, such as the region and the municipality, must perform when designing the cycling mobility plans. I'd like to dwell in particular on the beachy plans, the municipal plans, even though the same procedure may be applied to any other regional plan. The strategic environmental assessment derives from the EU Directive of 2001, which was adopted by our government within the environmental framework legislation, and was also used for drafting municipal laws in 2015. And in 2022, with the decision by the municipality, this assessment, strategic assessment, was taken into account. So, environmental assessment. We are talking about the positive and negative aspects. So, an overall assessment of the aspects that takes into account the expectations, the results, and the deliverables. So there are various steps. A VAS step, ordinary step, which is used in any planning phase and assesses the effects on the environment. All the cases are envisaged. Agriculture, forestry, energy, industry, transportation, telecommunications, so all these aspects are taken into account. The VAC procedure is applied when these aspects are envisaged in the project and when a further environmental assessment needs to be carried out according to the relevant legislation. It is an ordinary procedure, and extraordinary procedures can be applied in special cases when the planning phase involves areas, so Nature 2000 areas, which are specially protected. These are European guidelines that are then adopted nationally. Minor interventions. For minor interventions, still other procedures are used. There is a simplified procedure for small areas, minor areas, where minor changes are involved, and for programs that are different from those indicated on the paragraph 2. I highlighted in red one part that says plans and programs different from those specified in paragraph 2. They may refer to the municipal area, but are not reference plans for other projects for which an environmental assessment is needed. Then the simplified procedure can be applied. It is called in Italian verifica di assoggettabilità. And then there are areas that are excluded, like defense, the national defense, financial areas, and other areas that are dealt with separately. I just tackled the municipal project, but the regional projects are also part of my presentation. Public administration is in charge of protecting the environment, and the municipal council is in charge of launching the plan and carrying out the assessment phase. In the launch phase, the municipality needs to identify the people in charge of the assessment. Different persons might be involved depending on their role and on the environmental aspects assessment that needs to be carried out. Almost every time the environmental service is actually in charge of the environmental assessments. ARPA is the healthcare association competent for the territory. In this specific case, the data is different from the 41 BG plans mentioned before. And this difference can be explained in that the plans adopted are still in the evaluation phase. We are evaluating them. So the municipal administrations are receiving all these and are evaluating all the projects. The assessment procedure envisages a sub-procedure when the plan refers to area called Natura 2000, Nature 2000, that in our region are equally distributed and are present in a significant number. The municipality has the obligation to inform the environmental service, the biodiversity service, and also the management department service of Natura 2000. And here again, we see another sub-procedure of environmental assessment. In the case, when Natura 2000 is involved, there's a first screening which takes place. So in the case of minor areas or areas that are not specified under the paragraph 2, so they are subject to this procedure. So when the plan involves areas that are outside Nature 2000 but interferes with the areas included in Natura 2000, then the evaluation is that the environmental assessment is needed. Within the VA's procedure, a first level assessment is carried out, and the preliminary phase, this first evaluation is carried out according to the guidelines by decision that I mentioned before. I will say that actually the documentation must be provided to the competent stakeholders to perform the procedure. So many documents must be produced, like the interferences with the sites, information relating to the soils, the soil depletion, and the local condition of the areas, consistent if the plan is consistent with the Premoci. So all these aspects needs to be considered, and also the positive and negative impact. So CO2 savings. CO2 consumption and soil consumption, or hydraulic danger is also taken into account. So all these aspects must be taken into account. So the strategic environmental assessment takes into account all these aspects, and this moment is especially important, not only in terms of environmental protection, but also in terms of integration of the mobility networks in order to enhance the territory and make it in order to ensure that the users are familiar with the territory where they move. There was one slide regarding the variations of the plan and the variations that you can have in the procedures. So this is a special variation or variant procedure. Thank you, Engineer Tirelli. You will receive the slides that were presented today. And now the Department for Environmental Protection, from the Department of Environmental Protection and especially Soil Protection, Engineer Fabio Cella will have the floor right now and will speak about the hydraulic verifications and flood risk in the planning of the CYROS. Thank you. Good morning. I'm Fabio Cella. I will present to you flood risk and the implementation of CYROS in hydraulic risk areas. The flood risk problems relating to flood risk can be summarized in one slide. Now you can see the indications provided by the flood risk plan. The CYROS can be implemented, of course, but under certain conditions. Why this? Because cycling mobility is positive, involves love for nature, involves being in a natural environment. When the road is flat and free, it is beautiful to ride the bicycle and to bike, so to ride the bicycle near a river or a waterway. So this is all beautiful, but cycling mobility is also this that you can see here. There are catastrophes, there are dangers, there are floods, landslides, and these are critical points, critical problems. I am not an urban cyclist, so a cyclist is resilient in its nature, and always is ready to face the problems. But we see here there can be major problems. So after the terrible floods over the last decades in Italy and throughout Europe, norms and provisions were issued and standards were issued in order to protect the people, the infrastructures, and the territory as a whole. Starting from the Law Decree 183/89, basin authorities were put in place and tools for protecting the basins were put in place. And from this, the PAI tools, so the hydrogeological evaluation tools were developed, which then led to flood risk plans. So plans devised to manage flood risk. The basin authority is the competent authority for the PAI and PGRR, and he's in charge of the analysis and the drafting of these plans for hydrogeological evaluation and flood risk management. The director is a participant in the institutional conference, is a technical body. As a regional office, we are at disposal of all the public offices and of the citizens to evaluate criticalities in the project and to also be an intermediary with the basin authority, which is called in Italian Autorità di Bacino. The PGRA, the first plan that I will present, we see Article 1 here as the aim of protecting human life by identifying risk areas, flood risk areas, and defining rules and provisions for the implementation of the actions and the works to be carried out in order to ensure safety in the area. The flood risk plan does not forbid the implementation of CYROS, but just defines the criteria for the safety of the CYROS. For example, Article 10, river areas, specifies the criteria for works in river areas and also in relation with CYROS. We're talking here about the area of the river banks, and also the other areas which are close to the river. The implementation of CYROS is certainly possible under certain conditions. And a special hydraulic project must be designed, and especially emergency and safety tools must be envisaged in this plan. Outside the river areas, which have a high risk, are classified as high risk areas, other areas that are high flood risk areas. In all these areas, also outside these areas, the plans should respect certain rules and certain guidelines. So this is a slide showing you the analysis method to be used in river areas. This slide relates to hydraulic compatibility or hydraulic compliance. These are less stringent verifications, but these verifications and check procedures must be performed in these areas too. Thank you very much for your attention. So after these speeches, I'd like to give the floor to the Department for Forestry Services, Mr. Predan, in particular, who is now replacing Mr. Comino, and who will deal with the CYROS off-road.
Thank you very much and good morning. I would like to greet you on behalf of Mr. Rinaldo Comini, the Director of the Forest Service. Unfortunately, today he could not come to this meeting. So why the Forest Service? Because forest roads over the past years have been quite interesting under a cycle tourist point of view. And we know that there are more and more people going there, also thanks to the use of e-bikes. So by means of e-bikes, you can reach some places that could not be reached in the past. And they do that by means of the forest routes. The Forest Service is in charge of forest planning, and it is also in charge of programming the so-called accessibility to the forest and to the woods, so the planning of infrastructures and of forest routes crossing the forests. Our task is to implement forest routes on the properties of Friuli Venezia Giulia region. We are talking about 15,000 hectares that are managed by our service. And we also have the role of adjusting, transforming, and implementing new forest routes and trails. And we do that based on some precise technical directives, the so-called technical directives for forest roads approved in 2019 by means of the decree of our director, and they define forest routes in different ways, different classes. So those that can be crossed by trucks, those can be crossed by tractors, and so on, according to the different inclinations, types of routes, manager of the water drains, and all of these characteristics must be complied with if we wanted to use the grants given by our region to implement these infrastructures or to improve them. Again, we are a sort of input to implement these interventions, and we make use of grants like regional grants that finance these kinds of interventions, as well as national funds that we manage as a service. For example, there is the fund for the development of the Italian mountains, or the Italian Forestry Fund, and we use them to manage our forests, or we contribute to define the funds for the rural development. So we've got different sources of financing, allowing us and the beneficiaries to implement forest and countryside roads. This is what we're going to finance. They are financed in full, so 100% at the moment, and they can be used in lots of different ways. So not only to cut timber or to manage forests in a sustainable way, but also in case of prevention or in case of intervening, should there be, for example, a natural disaster, or they can be used for tourist and recreational purposes as well. So there are different types of uses of this route. However, we still focus on the fact that these routes are implemented based on the same criteria that are used for the forest and countryside roads. So they are dedicated to the transit of tractors, trucks, agricultural vehicles, bikes, in certain cases cars as well. But if we want them to be used for tourists mainly, then we need to set some rules. Because it is true that the directives I was mentioning before allow us to have some safe trucks, easy to manage, but at the end of the day we deal with the technical part. Then there is the managing part, so all the different responsibilities. Our service appreciates moments like this one because there are different authorities working together, regional authorities, municipalities, and so on. So we are all together. We work, for example, with Promoturismo, with the planning authorities, and we can deal with different topics. We did something similar in the past, and on the occasion of these meetings, 3 elements emerged that should be considered when public bodies or tourist organizations decide to promote a certain route to the public. So in that case, what do we need? Well, first of all, we need the approval by all the owners. Then we need to understand who manages these routes, who is going to be in charge of the maintenance, and then, if necessary, we have to make extra investments because these routes were originally created for agricultural vehicles. So if they need to be adjusted, we need to define who is going to make these investments so that they can be these routes can be promoted under a tourist point of view. Our role is to continue on this pathway together with other services. For example, the water management, forest management service managed by Mr. Bernardo, and we work with him a lot because the idea is to provide guarantees to the owners of the lands covered by forests and countryside, and we also need to provide safety for those who make use of these routes. Okay, thank you very much. I would like to thank all of our colleagues for giving us so much information about all the plans, the directives, the rules and regulations that should be taken into consideration while drafting the beachy plan so that the plan can be put into place. So I would like to thank you. Now let's go to the conclusion of today. But first I would like to invite Enzo Sima, who is in charge of Promoturismo FVC Cyclotourism, and Mrs. Bianchet, who will recap the projects that were funded with European funds. So the Promotourism FVG activity includes different analysis on cyclists, tourists, and this body has been working with the offices that we mentioned before to outline the routes of the cycle pathways, granting the transit on those sections that have not been implemented yet. Mr. Sima will talk about the promotion of cycle tourist itineraries in Friuli Venezia Giulia, and he will make an analysis on the implementation status of Premoci. He will talk about the strengths and the weaknesses and the goals for the 2024. Thank you very much. Good morning, everybody. We are not those who conclude the morning, but we would like to be a sort of aperitif to the break. We would like to be a starter to introduce the topics of the afternoon. So I wish I could change the topic of today, but anyway, they told me to talk about the promotion of cycle tourism and cycle excursions in our region. So let's talk about our starting point. I don't know whether Mr. Boni is still here in the room. Bono, sorry, is here in the room. But I talked to him a lot, as well as with Mr. Vignaduzzo, and together we implemented the promotion of these routes. Inside the so-called law number 8, there are some elements that represented the foundations for our work. And these are some very significant elements that were found over the past years. So we are talking about bikes, cycling mobility, And I believe that cycle tourism is an instrument as it was defined before. Talking about a beachy plan is very important, especially the extra municipal beachy plans, because cycle tourism is a crosswise field. And then we need to take into consideration the intermodal system. The regional intermodal system, the sustainable mobility, and the intermodality were the starting points for our work. In 2021, actually in 2020, they carried out a SWOT analysis of the situation. I will talk about that later, but there are some elements that are very interesting. When we do a project, what do? We do an analysis of the product. Don't get scared of these data. We analyze the data coming from European researches, extra European researches made in Germany. Germany is a sort of window in the future. It anticipates the evolution of cycle tourism in Europe. And we need to understand what cycle tourism is. It is a practice of those who move by using a bike, and they stay in a different location every day, also overnight, and they focus on the bikes. What we grasped from this data is that more than 70% of people choose to go from A to B by means of cycle tourism. But what is cycle excursionism? It's not well defined. There are lots of definitions, but basically it is a daily activity. I recapped it as the free time activity of residents or tourists that are present in the territory for a holiday, and they don't have a motivation to become cycle tourists. Those who go to the beach, for example, on a daily basis, on a day only, they could go on a bike, but they do an excursion, so they are not cycle tourists. So there is a different type of activity. And then another topic that is important, what are the means of transports the cycle tourists make use of to reach the destination and go back home? Well, car, of course, but let's now talk about Germany. About 30% of people make use of public means of transport like train and so on, rather than cars. And there is a big part, like 10%, who have a whole holiday by using a bike only. And this is why certain areas are selected more than others. What are the reasons to have a cycle tourist holiday? Well, in Italy, people are attracted by culture, nature, wine and food. These are the main elements. So it is a cross-sector activity. So maybe they start doing a certain activity like biking, but then they like discovering new places, tasting local food and wine. And then we also know that there is a high percentage of people who choose a certain route because the route is safe and because it is easy to cover it. Then there is another element that is important that has been included in the communication strategy. Routes and holidays are selected by many people according to different days. But if tablets, online elements are very important, Then signs are very important too. So signs are very important when people select a holiday of this kind. Here I would like to give you a couple of data. Italy, at worldwide level, is the main destination, followed by France and Germany. These data come from the World Association of the tour operators operating in the cycling tour industry. So the widest market at the moment comes from the US and Canada, followed by Germany and then France. And we carried out, and the UK, sorry, we carried out an analysis about what they demand. Some of them want flat routes, some of them want mountain routes, some others want food and wine routes, and so on. Let's now see the main goals and the actions for 2021-2024. What did we do? I'm saying it because I would like to show you the method of our work. So we started from Premoci and we mapped, there was already FVG1, we mapped other cycle routes that invested a lot to be introduced in the market for cycle tourism. And if some sections were not completed, we collaborated with different organizations, including FIAB. I saw the representative of FIAB earlier. And then these itineraries were mapped. This is a map of the FVG3. And we've got all the interesting locations. We've got wine, food, monuments, and so on. So we mapped the intermodal system. It is something very important. I mentioned it before, and it was fundamental for us to be introduced in a certain market. So that was a very important action. In the latest survey made by the Chamber of Commerce on behalf of Legambiente, the main problem for cycle tourism is the lack of intermodal connections. So for all of our 88 routes that we have proposed, we give indications on the availability of intermodal nodes. And it is something fundamental for those who come from outside Italy. And I would like to conclude. We proposed a project concerning intermodality. So 2 hubs, a strategic hub in Gemona with 3 cycle routes, and the airport of Trieste that puts together 135 buses that go from and to the airport, 32 trains from Venice to Trieste and vice versa, and then the parking lots. These are some strengths that are fundamental to think about how we can better exploit the airport. There are many more flights in this moment, so it is a very important location. This is something very important for the future as well. We are still processing it, but it is something fundamental for us. Then, always very quickly, what have we done to promote these activities? We changed our website lots of times in 3 years, and we've got 3 sections: cycle routes and itineraries, daily linear pathways, loop daily itineraries. They work in all the seasons. FVG means bikes at 365 degrees. And then we divided the itineraries by topics, sports itineraries, families, history, and so on. We used a platform to present, the outdoor active platform to present all of our activities. And there are the GPX trucks, and we are the region with the highest amount of trucks that were downloaded, 4 times than Veneto, so it was a very interesting choice. Even because 80% of cycle tourists create their own routes. Now let's see the future, the outlook. In 2021, we wrote that the strengths were Primoci, that was the synthesis of the previous projects that were about to be implemented. But now Primoci is working. And Friuli, Venezia Giulia, is one of the few regions with such a huge cycling mobility network, and then a good integrated network of intermodal transport services. Many tour operators choose us for this. Then good competitive positioning as compared to other competitors, and this is something that still exists. Intermodal itinerary, intermodal hubs allowed us to give a better offer, and the existence of a cross-border network of itineraries, services, and relationships. So our offer is of high level, and we have important structures. I know that sometimes we are pessimistic in this area, but outside people are very happy about what we do. Then I would like to add one of the strengths for 2024, the fact that we are acknowledged in Italy by public subjects and private subjects in the cycle tourism industry. So there were 6 events that were organized about this topic, and we took part in 5 of them, which means that people see us as a reference region. The weak points that we're going to see in a minute are those that were mentioned by the councillor today. So the maintenance and the coordination are still not good. The signs are not sufficient. But what we still miss is to talk to each other. Promoturismo is the window, is the display of a product constructed by the others. The better the product is, the better our window is, and the better the result will be. Promoturismo can also talk about the problems concerning the construction of these biking routes, but we can also talk about where the market is going. Sometimes we have a little bit of a confusion concerning the target, the types of cyclists. And then I would like to conclude. This is a picture of the airport of Trieste built up by artificial intelligence. So here we've got a high-speed train, and then we've got a biking route as well. I mean, artificial intelligence is interesting, but it is more important to talk to reach a certain project. Thank you very much, and thank you for your kind attention. Thank you very much for your speech. It was really very interesting. You gave us lots of inputs, lots of food for thought. You talked about the fact that it is important to discuss together, to share together. There is a topic that is going to be tackled in the afternoon as well. We talked about scenarios, points of view, projects of the future. But before concluding, I think Mr. Drofuka is online. Can you hear us? Yes, I can hear you. I'm sorry for what happened before. I don't know what happened, but we are about to conclude today's session. Maybe in a little while you can have an aperitif, but in order to get connected again, I had to steal my wife's computer. But anyway, thank you very much. So maybe in a couple of minutes, can you sum up your speech? Yes, Fabio D'Andri has already said many of the things that I wanted to talk about. Let me share my screen. Can you see it? Can you see the screen? When you talked about the law of 2018, it should be highlighted that this law has done something important. The idea was to put together the different levels of the networks. So all the different networks should be put together, should speak to each other, and the cycling routes had to be implemented in a certain way, not according to the provisions of the old laws, but here in the list we've got the definition of cycle routes. And I think it is important to have a so-called cycling city as well. I saw a family of tourists in Milan. They came out of the hotel with their bikes, and I felt so sorry for them because they were completely lost inside a huge city that is not very bike friendly. This is why we drafted the guidelines for the Friuli Venezia Giulia region. These aspects were tackled into these guidelines. Mrs. Durno, at the beginning, talked about countries that have already made huge steps forward. And in Italy, we talked about the fact that the rules and regulations are not helping us. This is a problem for us. Our cities are cities in which the use of spaces is not good anymore. So cyclists and pedestrians or disabled people basically don't have the right to move. They don't have the right of citizenship. But if we look at what happens outside Italy, this is Amsterdam in the 50s, in the 60s, and nowadays these are the things that we had to build up because the cycling plans, the tools, the instruments, and the initiatives have to have a meaning. We also talked about the implementation methods, and they can be so important. In the previous speeches, we have already talked about them. Nowadays, when we talk about cycle routes and pedestrian routes, we need to talk about interventions that are suitable. And then, always talking about the cities, we know that there are lots of people complaining about the speed limit to 30 kilometers per hour in certain cities. So there are many people in Italy who keep on moaning about that. But let's now have a look at what is happening in the rest of Europe. There are many cities that are limiting the speed limit, and nobody is complaining as much as we do in Italy. I would like to conclude my speech by saying that we should pay a special attention to the civilization of our cities. This is the ending element, but as well as the starting element for the biking routes. Thank you very much. Thank you for your kind speech. I would like to conclude. We started from Mrs. Adumo's speech, and she said that in Europe they are really interested in promoting cycling mobility. And I believe it is important to conclude with Silvia Bianchette. She will talk about projects financed by Interreg projects and ERDF projects, and she's in charge of the coordination, organization, and planning. And she will talk about cycling in the CYROS projects, Adrioncycletour, and she will talk about the different projects that they are promoting. Thank you very much, Silvia. Thank you. I will try to recap very quickly. I'll try to be as short as possible. What I would like to say was already said in the morning. As a working group inside the infrastructure directorate of our territory, we deal with projects that are financed by Interreg projects. They've already been mentioned by our colleague Franco Bono. He talked about how we started working with cycling and cycle tourism, and on the Alpe Adria route, which was promoted by means of a Italy-Austria Interreg starting from 2013. Projects like these ones were extremely successful. BikeNat was another project that was promoted in the following programming period, always concerning cycle tourism and intermodality. In particular, we focused on the Alpe Adria cycle route, but then we worked on the Eurovelo 8 and other projects to promote other cycle routes in our region, and of the interconnection between our regional cycle routes and cycle routes in other surrounding countries like Austria, Slovenia, and Croatia. We had a bicycle bus from Trieste to Porec, and with Icarus, and then with Mimosa we worked on intermodality. We created a database that could be used thanks to also the project Emotion Way and so on. And Promoturismo Friuli Venezia Giulia that supports us for the promotion. And all of that brought us to the years 2020-2021. In those years, we presented inside the Adriatic-Ionian strategy the Adrioncycleroute. It is a project that was promoted thanks to the initiative of the Marche region inside the Macrostrategy, and this became a flagship project of this Macrostrategy. We worked on that to present two projects. One was a strategic Adrioncycletour Italy, Slovenia, and another CYROS project about Italy and Croatia. They are still ongoing. The Adrioncycletour is a strategic project. We worked with the development agencies of Slovenia, from Isonzo Valley to Koper, and with Caporetto we developed 3 cycle routes. I'm not reading the data because you can see them here in the slide. We are trying to improve the cycling network with the structural interventions as well as the intermodality with the existing routes and the services for cycling routes in the surrounding countries as well, together with the strong action of promotion of cycle tourism and the training of operators promoting this kind of topic. And this is an action that has been promoted by Promoturismo Friuli Venezia Giulia for our region. To conclude our project activities, as for the CYROS project, we would like to create a cross-border governance with the project partners and the regions outside our region that can tackle this topic so that we can keep on sharing data, problems, find solutions also after the project activity. These are the main pilot projects of the Adrioncycletour, and as Mrs. De Marco was saying before, together with Friuli Venezia Giulia, we are creating some cycling tours to connect the FVG 3 to cover it. And of course, any other information can be found in the specific pages. Then we've got CYROS, which is a collaboration between Italy and Croatia. We work with all of the regions working on the Adriatic, as well as with Istra, the Dubrovnik County, and Rijeka. CYROS is a specular a reflecting project of the Adrioncycletour, and it promotes roughly the same activities but on different routes. And in particular on CYROS, we are working actively together with Emilia-Romagna and Marche to create an open app allowing cycle tourists and cyclists in general to get the information that Mr. Sima was mentioning before. So it is an app that is available for everybody, but in order to do that, we need to share all the data concerning the mobility sector or the transport sector, and Friuli Venezia Giulia is working on that. So we will go much more in detail in the afternoon. Thanks to CYROS, we are trying to connect Italian regions with Croatian regions to find some inputs and joint solutions. Very briefly, we also deal with the implementation of the ERDF program, the development of infrastructures and services of cycle pedestrian mobility at urban, suburban level, including connections in the hinterland and rural-urban connections. And we're also investing in the extension of cycling routes at regional level. So we've got 20 million euros, roughly, to implement these cycle routes within the end of the planning period. We're trying our best to do our best to spend this money. Our central director earlier said that there still are lots of activities to be implemented, still lots of things to do, and we're working very actively to implement them to achieve certain goals. Thank you. Thank you very much, Silvia. I would like to thank all the speakers who spoke during the morning session. I would like to thank you for your participation, your attention, and I would like to remind you that we will start again with the next session at 2 o'clock. There will be the second session here in the auditorium, and we will have a different people operating in this sector. Session 3 will be in the Pasolini room, and the focus will be the EUSAIR strategy. So they will talk about Adrioncycletour and CYROS, as Silvia was saying before. Thank you very much. Enjoy the aperitif.
Bene, direi che possiamo riprendere 5 minuti dopo l'orario previsto. Stiamo ancora attendendo alcuni relatori e poi se eventualmente quando arrivano li facciamo accomodare sul tavolo. Sì, una comunicazione di servizio. È stato ritrovato un telefono cellulare nell'area servizi, quindi è stato portato all'ingresso della sala. Ecco, se ci accomodiamo, io sono Amanda Burelli, il vice direttore centrale della Direzione Infrastrutture e Territorio. Per questa sessione pomeridiana sono previsti parecchi interventi, ben 25. Chiederò quindi ai relatori di essere rispettosi dei tempi che gli sono stati assegnati. Parleremo in questa parte del pomeriggio di realizzazione e gestione delle infrastrutture ciclabili con le prime illustrazioni di esperienze comunali e sovracomunali. Abbiamo poi una sezione dedicata all'intermodalità e supporto alla mobilità ciclistica. Proseguiremo con il cicloturismo come strategia per la promozione del territorio e infine alcuni interventi sulla promozione dell'uso della bicicletta sui percorsi casa-scuola e casa-lavoro. Quindi rispetto alla mattinata in cui abbiamo sentito norme, linee guida e diciamo discipline normative regolamentari, passeremo proprio ad una fase molto più operativa e avremo modo quindi di vedere cartografie con i progetti in fase, con le infrastrutture in fase di progettazione, di realizzazione e anche con foto di progetti realizzati. Nel primo gruppo di relatori avremo gli interventi dei direttori o dei referenti degli enti di decentramento regionale, un intervento del collega Fabio Dandri del Servizio Infrastrutture e Opere Strategiche, ma cominciamo subito con l'ingegnere Giulio Ossic, referente del nucleo mobilità ciclabile del Friuli Venezia Giulia, strade, con l'intervento dal titolo La gestione delle ciclovie di interesse regionale. Ecco qua, passo il puntatore e passo la parola. Grazie.
Grazie, a posto. Buongiorno a tutti. Sono già stato presentato dalla dottoressa. Prima di tutto vorrei innanzitutto portare i saluti del nostro Presidente, che purtroppo non è potuto essere qui con noi oggi, ma ci teneva molto, ma per impegni precedenti non è potuto essere in questa sede, quindi porto innanzitutto i saluti. Cosa vi faccio un po' vedere con questa presentazione? Un po' quello che Friuli Venezia Giulia Strade sta facendo nell'ambito della gestione delle piste ciclabili. Allora, vediamo un po' qua come si va avanti. Innanzitutto sappiamo, credo, che con la delibera del 2022 è stata adottata in via definitiva il piano regionale della mobilità ciclabile, il PREMOCI, all'interno del quale è stata individuata la rete di ciclovie di interesse regionale, quindi quella che dovrebbe essere, diciamo, la rete principale della nostra regione, costituita da che cosa? Da sostanzialmente 9 itinerari principali che si ramificano all'interno dell'intera nostra regione. Queste ciclovie possono essere, lo sappiamo, possono avere diverse configurazioni, quindi possono essere in sede propria, in sede promiscua, su corsie separate o altre tipologie come cicloveicolare o strade a traffico interdette al traffico motorizzato o aree pedonali e così via. Quindi queste ciclovie individuano degli itinerari principali all'interno della nostra regione. All'interno, quindi abbiamo detto, di queste tipologie è stata individuata una tipologia particolare, diciamo quelle sostanzialmente, quelle che sono in sede propria o in sede promiscua ciclopedonale, sono stati dati in gestione, quelle che rientrano all'interno della rete RECIR, e sono stati dati in gestione attraverso una convenzione alla nostra società, quindi alla Friuli Venezia Giulia Strade, che quindi è deputata alla gestione di questi tratti. Quindi con una convenzione che è stata stipulata nel settembre del 22 sono stati trasferiti in gestione da parte della Regione tutti questi tratti, alcuni non realizzati tutti direttamente dalla nostra società, ma che al momento è gestore di tutti questi tratti. Alcuni esempi. Abbiamo, questo lo conoscete, forse la pista ciclabile alla FVG1, quindi zona di Malborghetto, piste ciclabili in sede propria, piste ciclopedonale sempre in sede propria, altre tipologie che sono in gestione FVG Strade sono invece anche ciclopedonali che possono essere su corsie separate, questo è un caso nella zona di Trieste, e questa finalmente, eccola, è la planimetria che individua sostanzialmente quello che è lo stato attuale della realizzazione della rete RECIR, quindi della rete delle ciclovie di interesse regionale. In questa planimetria si individuano chiaramente alcuni tratti in colore arancione, altri tratti in colore azzurro. Perché c'è questa distinzione? Tutti i tratti in colore azzurro sono quelli che sostanzialmente sono stati dati in gestione alla nostra società in quanto rispecchiano quei canoni di cui abbiamo detto prima, quindi sostanzialmente tratti in sede propria che hanno anche una certa continuità. Gli altri tratti in arancione sono dei tratti di rete RECIR già realizzata, ma che possono essere rappresentati da dei tratti di viabilità anche ordinaria, zone a traffico ridotto, quelli di cui abbiamo parlato prima. Quindi queste ciclovie individuano dei tracciati che sono un insieme di tratti in sede propria, ma anche tratti che possono essere in sede promiscua con la viabilità ordinaria, ovviamente su percorsi a basso traffico. Ecco, ripeto, in azzurro sono i tratti che attualmente, forse si vede poco, si vedono, vediamo se ecco, questi.
Scusa, comunque la mappa è pubblicata anche sulla nostra pagina web, quindi se qualcuno poi volesse andare a vederla.
Ok, dicevamo, quindi la nostra gestione attuale è di circa 190 km che sono realizzati in sede propria. Gli altri 290 sono viabilità ordinaria di fatto e quindi identificano il percorso, ma non sono effettivamente in sede propria, ma danno continuità all'itinerario, quindi alla quella che è la ciclovia. Questa è una planimetria che è in continua evoluzione perché? Perché sia Friuli Venezia Giulia Strade, ma anche altri enti che possono essere gli EDR, così come le comunità di montagna, così come pure i comuni, stanno, sulla base di finanziamenti regionali, stanno implementando la rete. L'obiettivo è quello poi, che ci si è prefissi, è quello di arrivare poi a una gestione però unitaria, quindi ancorché poi la realizzazione avvenga da un ente terzo rispetto a Friuli Venezia Giulia Strada, sarà poi Friuli Venezia Giulia Strada a seguire la gestione di questi nuovi tratti. Vabbè, qui un dettaglio, ecco, qui forse si vede meglio, avevo fatto un piccolo zoom per capire, ecco, questo è un esempio della distinzione. Qui si vede chiaramente la continuità del tracciato, tutti i tratti che sono azzurri sono quelli che sono effettivamente in sede propria, quella che comunemente immaginiamo come una pista ciclabile. mentre il complesso del tratto azzurro più arancione sostanzialmente individua quello che è il tracciato della ciclovia, quindi queste direttrici principali che sono state individuate nell'ambito all'interno del Premoci, e quindi che ha individuato quella che è appunto la rete RECIR, che ripeto è in fase di realizzazione. Che cosa si occupa Friuli Venezia Giulia Strade? In questo momento nell'ambito dei tratti, oltre alla realizzazione di nuovi tratti e di interventi di miglioramento, il lavoro anche con cui ci confrontiamo ogni giorno è quello di cercare di fare del nostro meglio per mantenere in efficienza anche i tratti realizzati, quindi manutenzione ordinaria e pronto intervento, manutenzione del verde, segnaletica e così via. Interventi di manutenzione, giusto per capirci che cosa un po' facciamo, sono un po' rappresentati che cosa ci capita quotidianamente nelle varie situazioni. Passiamo da situazioni di carattere montano, quindi abbiamo una rete che parte dalla zona nord della nostra regione fino alla parte a mare, e quindi ci troviamo anche con problematiche che sono anche del tutto diverse, quindi situazioni di mareggiate, quindi dover intervenire in situazioni di questo tipo, oppure interventi dovuti a maltempo, quindi caduta di alberi, pulizia di fronti e così via, anche sistemazione di ponti. Abbiamo anche tutta una serie di ponticelli che sono stati realizzati magari in legno, che necessitano di importanti interventi, anzi più che importanti, continui interventi manutentivi. Ecco, anche problemi di staccionate, questi sempre problemi di mareggiate, problemi che ci riguardano sempre più spesso da vicino, di forti eventi atmosferici molto avversi, e vabbè, anche questa che era un po' curiosa, l'ho messa come richiamo, anche fenomeni all'interno delle gallerie. Ecco. Riporto adesso quelli che sono stati un po' gli interventi recenti realizzati dalla nostra società, che hanno riguardato un po' tutta la rete, gli interventi sono un po' diffusi sul territorio, quindi siamo stati negli ultimi, diciamo, un paio d'anni, siamo intervenuti su tutta la FVG1 nel tratto, diciamo, montano, con la sostituzione di tutti i parapetti che non erano, diciamo, adeguati. Siamo intervenuti con delle reti paramariche. Qui è solo l'esempio, diciamo, degli interventi un po' più rilevanti che sono stati effettuati nel recente: reti paramassi, consolidamento di un fronte a Resiutta, il ripristino di una rampa sempre a Resiutta, protezioni, anche qui sistemi di protezione invece lungo la FVG1 nella zona di grado, interventi di miglioramento dell'illuminazione delle gallerie nella zona di Trieste, e in più abbiamo appena concluso un ulteriore tratto che era molto sentito dalla collettività, che mancava,